What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up, everybody? Welcome back to another one of my streams. As you can see from the title, today I'm gonna be working on my essay. How do you say it? SaaS app that I've been building over the last, I would say, a couple months. I had worked on this one of my earlier streams. I think one of my first streams I did, and then the last couple streams I've been working on my social network. So kind of hopping back and forth between the two. I want to see if I can go ahead and get as close as I can to getting this ready to be launched on production, at least the MVP version of things. So we're gonna see how far we can get today. Obviously, you know, like I mentioned last time I was on the stream, moving back to my old setup, not traveling right now, so had to kind of set everything up on my main PC, new code, everything had to be kind of reworked, updating packages, getting everything back together and working as it should be. But you know, we're here now. Things are looking pretty good. So I want to hop in there and see what I can get done. As always, if you have any questions, suggestions, just want to chat, just let me know in the chat, and I'll try to get back to everybody that I can. But other than that, man, thanks for joining me. Let's get to it. All right, let's see. Make sure my mic is working. Okay, cool. All right. Like I said, want to hop in here and just see what I can do. Try to knock some things off on my running checklist that I have, things that need to be tightened up or fixed or adjusted before it is even ready to be, viewed in a production kind of state. I'm pretty close. Last time we almost finished my task component out completely. I need to set up a notifications flow and need to just tighten up a lot of things security wise, validation, scope some things. I think, yeah, and add a couple of features, like small features, but the most of the main big features are complete. The thing that I definitely need to do, the biggest feature I need to add before I would launch things to be tested is going to be my notification system. And I already have like an email set up, so that shouldn't be too hard to do. But that would be the last thing that we need to kind of get to. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get to that this stream, but it will definitely happen pretty soon. So let's just hop in here and get things started. All right, so we're here. I don't know if that's just my screen or if it just looks kind of dark on this thing. So let me see what's going on. Am I tripping, or does it look dim on y'all screens? Looking kind of dim on mine. Let me see what's going on. It almost feels like there's like an overlay, but I don't have an overlay set up on this. Client area. Hmm. All right, so I don't really know what's. check my other site. Yeah, it feels like there's like almost a dark overlay on this, but I don't see why that would be the case. See if I can add some color correction. Ain't gonna work. All right, I'll have to figure that later, but I think y'all should still be able to see. That's weird. Wasn't like that before. I think it's clear enough, but let's get into it. So, like I said, brand new PC, so I had to kind of like redo some things, clear my database, start over from scratch, but everything works as it should from our last kind of iteration. So let's just hop in here and see. All right, dashboard's still working. It says no active, it's right, but my project is still pending. Go to client, inactive, projects listed. Okay, looks good so far. So I'll have to log out and see from the client view. All right, so as you can see, this first thing I want to kind of fix right here. Um, Actually, one of you guys in chats suggested I double check this, and I hadn't crossed my mind, but I definitely need to double check this to make sure that if somebody hides this with inspect, they should not be able to still do any of the actions, because this is basically gating the chat and timeline and everything that you would handle here until you actively start this project or cancel, depending on what the client does. But it shouldn't have access to either send a message, start a task, or reply to anything until they start this project. And since this is just an overlay, if people know what they're doing, they can come in here and hide this. So let's double check that and make sure. All right, so as you can see, once they remove that from the gate, they can still click these buttons, which I'm gonna have to like disable those. So let's do. So I want to disable all these button clicks. You can probably view task, maybe leave active, since all it is showing the task details. But to start task and the link out, I definitely want to disable. And this reply, whatever action right here, which isn't even wired up yet, I also want to disable. Come here. So let's work on that. So we come back here, and if I remember my flow correctly, so I have my layout, and I should check my action should be. So this is my action. Hold on, what's my shortcut? I do have this extension. I don't remember what my. VS Code is that shortcut. Control Alt K. So here's what I like to do. Add that bookmark and let's rename you. Function, and then I like to just makes it so much easier when code gets extremely long to find exactly what you need, because right now it can get, that's not it. Where's my loader? Here it is. Rename you to my loader function. Now I can just kind of jump around and make sure I get to where I need to. And this is the other function I want to create. Bookmark form, let's call you. All right, so I should be able to jump around and get what I need now without too much scrolling. So what's being returned right now is session. But I have this function right here. This is what I need. This is what is gatekeeping if somebody has access. So I already set this up. So somebody shouldn't be able to do any actions on here if this is not true. But yeah, so if the user is not a client, which is determined here, or they are not a member of an active member of the organization that is controlling the project, then it should be no project found. And then in the actions, it should restrict those actions. Yeah, so here it is. You're grabbing the project and role from that same function. And then basically, if you are not here, so you can't search for members, you can't resend a link. So yeah, so these actions are scoped and validated to make sure that you are either a client or a member of the organization, and then it returns those here. Here with the status, and then I should grab these project and roles from my loader. Which should be here, which I'm pulling it from here. So project and role to get from my status, which here, let's put this. So I'm probably gonna have to scope some of these client actions. Which is handle copy, which is honestly not that bad. This is the create, which again should be scoped. Right, so I need to add some validation here to make sure that nobody can create a note if they're not a member. So all right, so here's where I'm definitely gonna use AI instead of having to go through each and every action and make sure it's properly scoped. I'm just gonna tell AI to handle that. All right, some bookmarks so I can get around here faster. Um, React layout files. What's up? What's up, man? Welcome back. React. I don't know about no React. Actually, yes. So I'm not using native React. I'm using React Router 7, which is a framework of React, much like Next.js, if you know anything about that. Um, it's called layout because this is the actual file. So basically, this sets up my entire structure. If you can, I'll show you right here. This sets up my structure for my actual project page. Basically defines all of this, the sidebars, everything. And then when you come in here, let's just see, for example, this right here, this outlet is telling it, depending on which subroute, which could be my messages, my task, my notes, for example, which would just be the project ID slash notes, like, you know, normal URL structuring. This just loads in another component file, basically. So for example, if I want to go to my messages and I go to that route, this outlet, whole outlet, which I'm passing down properties to, will get replaced with this file, which handles all of my messages in my timeline. So that's basically why it's called layout. It's just kind of common naming when you're dealing with like frameworks and stuff like that. So it's easier for folder, it's more for folder structure, and you do some, like I said, controller work. But what this is they handle server-side functions. This is basically telling it here. Async function loader is a server action, so nothing actually happens on the client. This happens all before anything is loaded. And then if I make an API call, for example, it gets sent to this action. This is my action function, and this is also for server side. So again, nothing actually happens client side. It's just a way to structure things within a file. You have APIs and server files, but this handles immediate actions, and then you can still call on APIs or whatever. But it's just a general structure. As it does look a bit like madness, but if you bookmark things like I do, and once you kind of see the structure of these frameworks and just general setup, most look the same. You pretty much can understand the flow right away. This is just the actual visual rendering, and then everything here, all this is client side stuff. So this is React. This is native React kind of actions where you handle states, you handle opening dialogues, you handle stuff like that. This is all client side. Everything else above that is server. This is client, if that makes sense. This use effect, that's React, you know, and this is telling it once any of these actions go, run this effect. Again, another function. This is client side. So I don't do anything that's handling data or anything. Generally, there are exceptions client side. I just use my server action, but there are some things that can happen client side depending on what you need. So on create note, this handles client side, and as you can see, it calls my API right here, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with Angular, so they might be differently, but um, React, the whole point of React was that you can basically do everything client side, and then frameworks were invented because people wanted to do more. You wanted to handle actions, you wanted to hit the server, and React needed, which React Router came out, which handled routing and handled kind of that server interactions much easier. And then it became its own separate frameworks, which became Next. And yeah, the whole kind of React ecosystem is a bit messy and a bit complicated. But honestly, once you kind of learn it, it's really not that crazy. It just looks like a lot. All right, what was I gonna? Oh, I was gonna tell it to gatekeep because I need these buttons to be disabled. Passing this in. Cancel. Start task. Need to when you say expanding the file, what do you exactly mean? All right, so I need to disable a start task button, and what else do I need to disable? Button and for clients that haven't started the project yet. So I'm going to pass down the layout to them. And I have to pass down task page and context. Using the status property grabbed from require. It's gonna be require access. Yeah, require. access function. So let's do that. That should be clear enough. All right, so the agent should go in there and fill in all those because there's a lot of little actions that you can easily miss in terms of scoping things and like figuring out. So I'm just gonna let it kind of figure out all the errors that need to be I need to enforce validation, and one of those is these buttons. I need to disable this. Oh yeah, so this is a bookmarks extension that I downloaded that you can download on VS Code. Like I said, it's a way to, when your file gets messy like this and extremely like long and full of codes, it can be very hard to kind of like find what you need when you're like looking through. Obviously there's Finder and all that, but the quickest way is if you have functions. What I do is I bookmark all my loaders, my functions, my actions, and then you see it here and you just like, all right, which function did I create and did I need? You just come here and then you just click in it and it pulls it up. It's very nifty. I would suggest getting that and using it for coding. It just saves a lot of time of just searching for like one thing. Just helps with organization. Yeah, SSR does a great job of keeping the client low. That's the whole point of this whole setup of SSR, which is relatively new for React, but that's what pretty much every new React framework does is handle server side. That's the key point, because obviously React is a client engine, and the whole point was that for small websites and single page websites, you should just be able to run everything on the client, which is cool until you start working with dynamic websites that hit the database and does a lot of things like that. That increases the client side payloads and everything. But if you have SSR and separate those things, which is the logic, which has its own flaws, but generally does a pretty good job of keeping those things separated, and it keeps that client, gives you the benefits of React of having a fast client and then also handling things server side so it doesn't get over complicated. So yeah, I would say React Router 7 and Next do a pretty good job of keeping client side payloads pretty low. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to do anything. It's just, this is the one that honestly, when you're working with like clients and jobs and freelance stuff, which I've been doing, is most people have built their stuff. Let's see what it did. Project door printing. Pending client. Hey man, welcome. Yeah, it's kind of been my go-to. React Router 7 has definitely been the one that I've seen myself kind of reaching back. Hold on, is my internet gone? Make sure it's didn't drop out. It's looking weird. No, so good. So yeah, like I was saying, like it's definitely been the one I've always seemed to reach back. Yeah, I just noticed that. It was weird, but I'm back now. Yeah, React Router 7 is definitely the one I've always kind of found myself. React, if you don't know, Remix used to be the one, um, used to be the name, but they wanted to separate from AC React and kind of do their own custom thing, which is Remix. But they just switched everything back if you wanted the old version to React Router 7. So I used Next.js first for my first few projects, and it's very easy to work with. Obviously, hosting is extremely easy if you want to use Vercel and all that. I hate the client lock in and just kind of the weird abstractions that they do. I felt that React Router 7 kept me the closest out of all the frameworks that I've tried so far, to the actual
Yeah.
code and like understanding how everything works. So that's just kind of why I've stuck with it. I've had no problems, and it's very easy to self host. And which is, I don't like using Vercel because those prices get pretty crazy. That did not work. Oh, I don't think it updated my. I mean, since you use React Router 7, what do you normally do for like your hosting and stuff? Because when I work with clients, honestly, I go to Next.js with clients if they want something custom, and I just throw it on Vercel because they typically don't pay for the hosting and everything. But for my personal stuff, I try to avoid Vercel and like all those as much as possible. All right, so I don't think it updated my timeline card. It did not. This is what I need it for. What's my Yeah, I've been hearing about Cloudflare. I know that they're working on like a whole fork of like Next.js so that people can bring apps built over there directly onto Cloudflare. That's definitely one of the next things I want to get pretty comfortable and familiar with is Cloudflare because I've heard nothing but pretty good things. Right now, I've just been hosting on like my own personal VPSs and setting up the backends and all that, which I kind of enjoy. It taught me a lot doing that. But if there is a way to use Cloudflare, because I do think they have pretty good security, that I don't need to like constantly hardwire would be nice. Yeah, that AWS is something I've barely dabbled and touched into. Um, like I said, I've definitely had no complaints with React Router 7 at all. Fortunately, your JS, Angular, Vue, PHP, Laravel, and then whenever I have a big BSRN pop engines. I mean, I basically do the same thing. So yes, obviously, native JavaScript and all those can can place them anywhere with ease. All servers are pretty much built to handle those. But the like I had explained, like you said, the reason why I avoid frameworks like Next.js and others is because there is no client lock-in with React Router 7. It's React with extra stuff on top of it, but you can generally host it anywhere pretty easily. And once you kind of learn that, it opens the doors a lot. So like that's why I strictly use React Router 7 for like my personal projects is I can just move it from host to host with no issues. And like you said, I put Nginx, I put, everything I need. I set up my Redis servers and everything, connect to my database. So it's pretty easy. So just like you get with just JS, Angular and all that, I pretty much get the same thing with um, this framework, React Router 7, with some, server side support and actions and stuff already built in. Make sure. All right, says it finished it. Let's see. So it created a function, disable client actions. It's either your client and it is client project pending. Then you disable render action, and it should have updated my pending. Or it's not equals client. Only clients can update a pending project. So I'm saying that's the only action it found that needed scoping, which pretty good on my part. And then is client project pending passed down to my task timeline. Let's check that. Refresh. I haven't started. Somebody comes in here and they set this to none, for example. All right, can't. You can still visit, but task. Let's try. All right, properly scoped. I can knock that off. Man, what you're saying. That's why I typically avoid serverless. But for clients, they pretty much all get serverless because I don't want to set up all the hosting unless they pay me for it. But there are benefits. Like I do a lot of my like prototyping on serverless systems, honestly, just because I want to throw it up there and make sure it works. And then if I feel like it's viable, I'll move it to my VPS. But serverless, not always bad, but it depends. And honestly, you should just test them out. You can be surprised at what you actually might end up liking about them. All right, so that's done. Make sure it's coded. And then if I come here and start, it restarts. Okay. Gets marked as active. Let's log out. Yeah, what do you normally do for your databases? You said Cloudflare or D1? Because right now I've been kind of sticking with Supabase. They got a pretty generous, I would say, free tier, especially when you're just starting out like hobby projects. I haven't hit too many requests yet to the point where clients see he's active. That's one project. Here's the status timeline. Here's my tasks. View the task. Here's my internal instructions. Get link out. Okay, not bad, not bad. I mean, yeah, I've definitely used Supabase. I mean, I understand. I understand. They're definitely that Postgres or HTTP client for sure. But I think if you set everything up properly, it's not that big of an issue. But again, I like the simplicity of it. That's kind of been my go-to. So I haven't really had a reason to switch it, but we'll see. I'm always open to testing out other new things. All right, you're not gonna see this, but I'm gonna sign in with this client. Make sure. Getting started on those tasks now. There it is. All right, it's marked as red. I need to clean that up. It should be hitting faster, and then it should get marked as red immediately. There it goes. All right. Not bad, but I can clean that up. All right, and then let's say I'm gonna add a note. Let's tell my other partner follow up. Assign that to this member. All right, that needs to be cleaned up. That's why am I using? All right, I should be reusing this combo box. I don't know why it's not. Let's go. Right, keep those changes. Let's go. Should be. Here's this assignee. All right, I already created this. So you need use my right now it's not index. Here it is. Yeah, so I need to replace this. All right, so it took my old, I already set up member assignment, which uses my search. It should have brought in my API up here. Set message, set message. Available on member assignees.find. Open message note assignee combo box. Okay, so I pass it down here in my context and then put it here into available. All right, so it should. You're not a fan of Docker? Why not? I'm a huge fan of Docker. I'm not gonna lie. Like it convinced me completely. I don't know what kind of setup you guys use, but I haven't really had a problem hosting on my VPS. It's been pretty straightforward. If my you love the tech, but I mean, I could definitely understand that for sure. I do love the tech. It definitely made especially if we're doing collaboration so much easier and just getting rid of a lot of those local issues you might have. But I definitely understand the hosting of it. There's always something going on. This is true. The containers and having to restart that definitely can't get a problem. I did run into that recently, running with my GitHub actions, and then I had to do all these permissions, and I had to restart and rebuild the whole container. So I definitely understand that part, but I feel like once you kind of get that automated flow where it's just auto deploying, it can feel pretty sweet. All right, so it should. All right, he said this. Let's create a note. It should be all right. Here's 2 days, and then let's say I assign it to him. Let's go create note. All right, hold up here. I need to fix that date. Here's the message reference, and then here's message, and then here's cool. Edit now, copy now. All right, that works. latest notes, it's there. I'll go to my notes container, it's there. All right. Now let's see if I delete that message. Doc deploy. I might have to look into that. I'm still pretty relatively new, I would say, to Docker. Get more and more comfortable with it as I use it, but still, I feel like there's a lot of things about it that I don't fully understand yet. But I definitely want to learn more about it because it definitely seems to be the way that everybody is deploying, and it seems to be pretty much the standard. This got deleted. No is still there, but okay. It says this message was deleted. Followed up with client. Let's do this. Yeah, that's what I found about this journey of like learning how to be a better developer. It's definitely just the back end things, especially deployment. That's where pretty much most of my major issues have been with deployments and dealing with like different environments and different servers and just all these different things. Like it's definitely the hardest part about this because there have been some things that I took like days to figure out, and I don't really even fully understand how I got to the solution. But that's one area I definitely trying to get stronger in. It's just deployment and hosting and figuring out all that, those sort of like little issues that can pop up. I feel like
Yeah.
I appreciate the subscription, appreciate the follow. All right, so this message body. Needed, but why is it not? Oh, I know. Okay. Hey, Windows XP was peak. That's when I first really started getting into this, and it's there's that nostalgia for sure. I still play my Windows Media Player visualizer on my music player as well. So hard to let go of that time. Just things just seemed so much easier for sure. All right, cool. That did it, and then so you still have the note, but then you can be like this message. So I don't want to hard delete the note. Let's keep it like that. Do want to scope. This part needs to be scoped. All right, let's do that. Task timeline. Task here. Task dot external. Is all right. So I need to scope this. Where'd it go? Task dot. I need you to be started yet. Task dot status. That is not equal. Shit, that's not what I want. I don't want it to disappear. All right, so I think I'm gonna. I don't want it to disappear. I just don't want you to be able to click it. So let's go to. All right, instead of here. That's spinning. Disable link. Navigation. Should work. So I need to disable this whole link. Um, this is still pending, but I should only disable it for clients. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, so I created this whole. Cursor not allowed. Hover. Let's move the cursor. All right, leave this down. task status equals pending, then it's disabled. Same task. That's it there. All right, let's look. All right, so you can't click the link out, but it should be. It goes pending and refresh. All right. Yeah. All right. I could still go if I am an organization member, but if I'm a client, I should not be able to. So I can't click the link, but I can start the task, which will still make me external because this is the only trigger to know the task has started. So click to start, takes you there, come back. View task, complete task. Now I can still click out to it. All right. Let's keep those changes. Let's go. Clean that up. No, so that link is just an external link. The way this is a basically project management app. Actually, I mean, yeah. So I don't know if I can find an action where I put it. It actually is because it's updating the status of the task. So when I click it, it basically tells my database that now it changes the state of the task to in progress, which is where it gets the complete task, and then gets revalidated on the client side. So yes, actually, it does. I don't know where that action is right now, honestly. I should have been bookmarking earlier. In my index. Here. Stop map as incomplete. Requires confirmation. Yeah, so here it is. So it does this function right here. Handle action to status. So it changes the status of the task. So it knows which button and which action is coming next and how to handle that. And I'm passing it down here. And on transition comes from my index, I believe. Yeah. All right, let's bookmark this so I don't forget. So yeah, here it is. It calls my API, updates the task to a new status, and then if I get it back, blah blah, basically. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what I typically do. After I get things working how I want, because I do a lot of changing, I'd be just experimenting. I don't know exactly how I want things to work, so I'd be moving things around a lot. And then when I get it exactly how I want it to function, I do put it into like custom hooks. I try to save most of my like optimization towards the end. And I do have an API to actually handle that. I'm just dealing with these props right now, so but I do typically try to go back and optimize at the end. I kind of move fast and I just go in because I delete and move a lot of things a lot. So, but here it does actually call my API that I have already set up. Where is it? Yeah, right here. This already handles most of my actions for task updating. But now I know it goes. What I'm trying to find is where I put. See, it's supposed to be. If it is. I don't know how you open that into. But anyways, so here it is. You click it, takes you to like a Google Drive, whatever form that you need to get finish it. Client comes back here, says they completed it. They can write optional notes. Some will be mandatory depending on the task, but let's say they completed the form. It gets marked as in review, and then what you come back in as I get that notification as the workspace owner or the project lead gets this as well. Let's make sure he does actually. Let's go here. Yeah, so they get that. This user is the project lead. He's a member of this workspace, but he's also the project lead of this specific one. So it gets listed in his project and listed in his active tasks. So you can see this is the task that needs to be reviewed. Should have taken him there. So I need to fix that. Supposed to take him to the actual task. Let's fix that. Tasks, organization, task card. Click, unclick. That's what it did. Handle project navigation. Bookmark that as well. Shouldn't do this. Wire out this function to handle task. Data SC, man. Appreciate it. Trying. All right, but anyways, let's come here. The task, it's in review. Come here to view task. Get the internal instructions, take the info form. I get the link so I can check, make sure they filled it out. Here's the description. Here's the external link, the instructions from whoever created the task, the timeline he created, client started, client submitted with their details, and those details get pulled into this. All right. Yeah, that was just leftover code that I haven't fixed from just messing around with how I want to display things, but definitely on the list of things I need to clean up, but just trying to get this core functionality done for sure. Task event, done. Then incomplete task. Let's say you forgot one of the fields. Can you resubmit? Boom. Says you forgot. Here's the details. And it gets marked back as in progress. So then the client will come back, right? And then he'll come here. Get that notification. They'll see, okay, it's back in progress. What happened? You forgot one of the fields. Can you resubmit? All right, and then I'm going to try to complete. I'll go to the link again. Do what they ask. Complete. Missing info. Task gets submitted once again. Now it's in review. Now, I'm going to come back, check it again. Come back, external link, make sure they fill it out. Mark is complete. It's marked as completed. Got that notification. So it's a timeline. Completed. This one's still pending. Cool. Perfect. Let's do this. Still have this task. So this task should be showing up here as well. Let's go back in there and do that. So, all right, so wired it up for me. Project ID, task ID, not active. Then set it active and then navigate. Looks good. This task grid needs to be the task. Join. Should be showing. All right, so I got what I need from my project task. And I join more projects to get the project ID. Join the organization, get the organization ID. And I join with clients to get the clients. Where it's in progress or in review. and it's not deleted, or it's not this.
Yeah.
Appreciate the sub, Jeremy. Active task. Why is my task not showing up? Here, client, project. Either way, yeah, that ain't working. Ooh, I know exactly why. Ooh, it's because the way all right. So active task is the way I had it listed. It's only grabbing in progress or in review, and it's not showing. All right, so I don't want to do that. All right, so I need to grab the so I need to grab the pending ones as well, but I only want to show the pending ones. Yeah, once you start like coding, and because it started out as a very small file, and then once you start adding on top of it, I'm like, you know what? I ain't got time to be worrying about the organization of things. Just start moving faster, and it's just like, all right, whatever, I'll figure it out. Bookmark you. All right, so how do I want to do this? I have it as my active task, meaning it's only it's either in review or it's in progress. But I also want to show. Yeah, I need to fix that. So I should just show pending as well. And I was gonna scope it to just the client, but that doesn't make sense. Or should I? All right, let's see what it does. But I only want to include pending task for client project. So this is my loader. My loader is not including my. What I want to do, which is what it's doing right now, is I'm filtering my loaders. So preloading basically my task for each user that's coming to this page. And right now it's only grabbing my in progress and review. But I need to also include pending tasks for my client so they know when they log in that that's what they need to see. So I'm scoping this so that it includes pending, but only includes the pending to clients as well. So no tabbing is just I need it like he is. I'm like now I'm logged in as a client and I see there's a pending task for me to finish. But if I am a organization member, I should not see it as it works. Cool. And then client signs in. Oh, there's a task for me. I go to it. All right, the navigation got fixed, and then these are the details. Preview the writers with login credentials, and then I come in here and complete tasks. So I need to fix that as well. Let's just say, here's my details and say they provide username and then password. All right, and then pass that, and here's the details. Please write as low credentials in review. I can see it here in review. It needs to be checked. Mark is incomplete or mark is complete. Here it is. All right, username, password. I got them. Cool. Completed. And then what do I need to fix? So I need to fix this. So let's go to create task. With your preferred no link. Let's keep it standard. We'll design them. Actually, that's the thing. Let's see. Gets created. All right, so now when a client sees this, when they click start, it should automatically pull up the pop-up instead of start and then complete. That's only for external links. Let's try another one. Let's go to upload. I want to go to the client. All right, so I should see. Can't click this, but it pulls an image. No, it'll start. It opens. Cool. Come back. They uploaded it. Done. But if I come here, this should open the dialog. So I'm gonna go fire that up now. What am I making? I am making basically I would say a project management app, particularly for small businesses and freelancers and stuff, so that you can handle freelance work basically. So it can all be in one place. Mm. Okay, let's tell if there no link for a task, starting a task should dialog. What stack am I using? I use React Router 7. Backend, I mean, I use Drizzle. I use Drizzle for my database kind of communication. I typically use Superbase for my database, and when it's in production, obviously this is localhost. TypeScript, Tailwind. I'm using ShadCN for the UI components and just getting things up quickly. And then, I typically host on a VPS. Should automatically. Let's let that work. So since this is not an external link, when a client clicks this, it should auto launch the dialog, letting them enter the details that you are asking for, and then complete the task without having it go to complete task, basically removing a button click. Looks good. Should be a quick fix. Let's see what it did. All right, so actions.push label start task to status. So action.push label requires confirmation, and there is no. What's required? Okay. Okay. So this is the standard way, basically saying to go from pending to in progress, it cannot have no. No, what's required? All right. Make sure that there's no basic URL. All right, I understand. Actually, Ruby on Rails was the first. I wouldn't say first, but my first major programming language that I built something on. Maybe 10 plus years ago. Yeah, so like when I built something from scratch for the first time, like fully featured anything, it was actually Ruby on Rails. That was a while ago though. I pretty much forgot most of it, but I remember it was a pretty good experience, I would say, building with it. I just kind of switched it out. It's been a long, long time. No, my dialects aren't acting weird. I just need them to act differently um, than what they're doing. So basically, what if a client came and started a task that had a link, it would take them to that link, and then when they come back, there's another button press to get to the dialogue to submit it. But if there is no link, basically, they shouldn't have that extra button click. When they click start task, it should automatically open the dialog, allowing them to enter their details and then complete the task in one go. Just simplifying basically that movement. So let's see, it should have fixed it. Yeah, see, just like that. So now when you click task, now it should have automatically changed that to in progress. Need to fix that. But basically, I'm asking, so I need to add some context here. So I asked for brand color, so I should add those notes right here. Well, let's see. Black and white. Let's just see. Yeah, see, that did not work. Added those details started. All right, let's fix that. Why did I move to React? Money. I mean, I've been like freelancing and doing stuff on the side. This is also why I'm kind of building this whole project management app, is because it can be a nightmare handling all that. But freelancing and just working with companies and other people, honestly, most of the work these days comes down to, are you comfortable with React? Are you comfortable with JavaScript? Are you comfortable with these things? And like, that's kind of what put me down that path. It's just the kind of industry leader, I would say, in terms of programming languages, especially for like commercial work. Now, if you're talking about like finance and other things, you can start talking about other languages. But the main reason why I went with React is because that's where most of the work is at this time that people need help with if they're not working with just straight CMSs. And there's a lot of resources, so it's pretty easy to learn and get a lot of help with, whereas, you know, some of the languages less so. What did I need it to? Okay, I need it to update the task to end. Task. Submit the task. Skip. Basically, I need to skip. So when I submit the task, it show my mouse cursor. I don't even know how you do that in OBS. Do you know how to do that? You know, I'll do it. I just not really sure. Let me see my settings. Um, Actually, funny enough, I actually did PHP for a little bit. Especially when I was working with people's like WordPress and other things like that. For sure, that's always PHP. But for when somebody needs like help, whenever they ask me for something like an app or whatever that they try to build, it's typically React or some form of it, or Next.js or whatever. Also, looking at the job market and everything, most of the listings, at least around where I am, is pretty much have to be familiar with React. All right, back into React. I mean, I could see that because React is pretty much strictly front end until you start using frameworks and other things like I am using right now. But just straight React Native, yeah, it's just all front end. So you can pretty much plug into any back end with that. Typically, I would say most people use Node.js, which honestly I'm not that strong with or familiar with, because of the whole drizzle and everything, kind of skipping that whole process. But I liked Ruby on Rails. I had no problems with it. I don't know, obviously, all the technical details of it and how it's still holding up, but from my short time with it, it was it's pretty enjoyable. And sorry about that unstructured means, but I don't really know how to show my mouse on OBS. I don't know if I need to do a plugin. There, I might be able to fix it. Let me see. All right, I think I fixed that for you. Cool, man. 3 a.m. is late. Go ahead and get some sleep, man. Appreciate you, checking this out, but I'll catch you next time. But like I said, I do think I fixed that. I think, yeah, I did. All right. But yeah, appreciate you doing it. All right, I gotta fix that flow. That should not have happened that way. Here. Let's should be able to delete this. I don't know why that is not happening. Sending. All right, so I think I fixed it on the back end. So let's go back in. So when they click this, wait, so when client clicks, all right, so here was a fix. So basically, it needed to add another scope. So originally, this is my standard task. If it's pending and it's a client, and then they clicked it, which would be the actions, you would push to it this array, basically to change the status of it from start task to in progress. Now I needed to scope it, so basically it doesn't need confirmation only if there isn't an external URL. I think that's, and notes required only if there is not external URL. So basically, I skipped this test, this step, because normally you would start task and then you'd have to confirm it. But now I skip that if there is no URL, but if there are notes required also. And then it also scoped it here to handle this action and should submit for review. Basically, if it's in progress, automatically just go ahead and start it. So I need to add all right, so it should take, so now when they click, it should take it from start to automatically in progress. And then in this note dialog, it should add probably here, under here. Let's see, requires confirmation, set notes, should seed from description, test that description. Role equals client status is in progress and there is no URL. Then I want you to set the notes to task, not description, or empty. No, I knew that messed up. No, I don't. All right, so what it did is it basically pre-filled my input, which is not what I wanted. I wanted to add it under here. Sometimes you have to be pretty specific with these agents, man. So under here, if it's in progress, there's no URL, and there is a description, then I want you to add the description here. All right, that should work. All right, let's come here. Pending. Start task. All right, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you for joining the stream and checking us out. You have a good night, man. And then here's the description. All right. Don't like how that looks. Let's go. All right, so here it is. So when you start it, it goes, should say complete task actually. That's wrong. All right, let's double check this. It's a all right. So I think I need to clean this up. So instead of forcing this all into one dialogue, I think I should open a completely different dialogue so it doesn't overcomplicate things. All right. So starting a task that doesn't external. Task should get submitted. Open the all right, so basically, I told it we need to rethink this whole process. Right now, I have one dialogue that handles multiple actions, either to update the task or to complete the task. And if you normally complete it, it has this optional message saying provide any relevant details or notes. And then if you are updating this, basically sending it back to the client, you're basically telling them, hey, you need to add content. You need to add contact notes before sending this back, and this is required. Which works perfectly fine. But this specific case where there is no URL, I need to open a separate new dialog that handles things differently, and I need to handle the transition state differently for that as well because it's skipping that one step. And then when you go to complete task, normally if there's an external URL, it just auto submits. But now in this case, it needs to open the dialog and then allow you to submit. So let's see what it does. All right, so create this new dialog. Is complete task dialog open? Add required details. Before submitting this task for review as I want. And here's the task description and also as I want. Here's the text area saying enter required details, cancel button, and this should say complete task. And then I think equals client, that's use proxy. I probably need to remove that, but we'll see. And then here, wired up the state to open this new dialog. And then here's the same thing. Created a new function here, should open complete. So use client and status is in progress and there is no URL. And then here, if should open, and it's telling it basically those two separate situations. I think that looks good. So let's double check this. Refresh. Start this task. Okay, cool. That's more, this is baby one. So it gets marked as in progress and then view task, complete task. And if I close out and I come here again, I can't submit until I complete whatever is being asked of me. It's not pulling in my description. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I need to fix that. So it opens a dialog, but this opens up my first dialog and adds, as I can tell from the description, which is honestly not that bad. Let's sell this. Honestly, sometimes when you're using like these AI agents, they do try to do the easy, lazy way out without having to recode things, which can be a problem. But so instead of basically rewiring the whole entire action to once again update it, so when you come back and click the button, it opens the new dialog. It tried to kind of jerry rig it back to the old one. So let's double check that. All right, so when I come back here, go to complete task. All right, this is what I expected right here. change this language to submit review. All right, so let's just go right for the typography. Now it's in review. Cool. Now if I switch, I go. Come back here. Cool. View task. Here's the details of the task. I can go ahead and mark that as completed. Now if I come, I need to double check, make sure my links still work properly. Fill out this form. Right, and instructions, just go create. Slug you out. Fill out this form, right? So this is a external link task. I can't click here. It should open this properly. I come back here. It says, all right, perfectly. So this is not required, so I don't know why. Provide additional context. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's getting confused. Okay. Interesting. Oh shit. Let's come here. All right, it says it fixed it. Let's just double check. All right, it says it completed. Let's see what it says. wait for your client, and it's in progress, and there's no shouldn't need this at all. What model am I using? I just use Opus 4.6 when I'm planning out like features because it does really good with context to get everything of my code base and like understanding what I need and how everything can tie together. And when I do implementation of just the actual plan, I typically use 5.3 right now. Obviously the cheapest, and it's pretty fast. All right, let's see if it fixes it. Let's go to complete task. Cool. Any relevant details or notes? Optional notes is what I want. I should be able to submit that. Now, if I go back, I check. This task is done. Go to here. Business click. It's interesting. Huh. The weird bug I'll have to investigate later. Mark this is complete. And one last check to make sure it didn't mess up my original flow. Let's go here. Let's just say this is just a test. There is no, please provide the information. Let's go create. Now, let's go back. Come here, start task. Cool. I come back to the timeline. Right, let's go here. Let's fix that. Now if I go to view task. Boom. All right, that fixed it. Okay, so now I have two different flows for whether a task has a link or not, because you might create some tasks where I just need information from you to enter, and I might create tasks where I need you to fill something else. What up, JJ Supreme? What team did I used to play for? I played college ball at Nevada, and then I played, 14, 13 years all over Europe. Played for G League, just a little bit everywhere, All right, what's next? All right, that's cleaned up. Timeline works. Go to task, go to timeline. Here's everything you need. So I keep a running physical list of everything I need to do. I don't know if y'all do that too, but it definitely helps keep things in order. That's what I need fixed. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I definitely think 4.6 does a really good job of understanding exactly what you need and what you're asking for, and understanding kind of like what you have already done, and in terms of like everything else that is there. I mean, GPT's not bad at it, but I just found 4.6 does the best and gives me the most comprehensive plans. And then, like I said, like I switched over to Codex for sure. I don't have Cloud desktop to do any spoke testing, but that sounds interesting. What what do you typically build? Am I using OpenClaw? No, I'm not using OpenClaw. I am not familiar with OpenClaw. I've done a little research and learned a little bit about it, but no, I don't use OpenClaw. I use my coding agents basically as like a second developer. Typically, I'd build something like this with another person, but I basically use it as is to kind of like do a lot of the menial basic coding and help me out in areas and do a lot of things that I don't necessarily want to do, but I don't just let agents run wild right now. Is that what you use? You use OpenClaw? How do you how are you finding that? You run a sim for a fighting game. Oh word. That sounds dope. What what fighting game TCG? What's I doing now? I don't know. All right, so what is say I didn't do? My notes, active task are all here, completed. And review my projects. Come here. Back to workspace works. Cool. Double check this one. Universes. Never heard of that one. The new? All right, let's make sure this flow is working. So let's go projects. Oh, let's go to projects. Let's go create a new one. Let's just say makeover. No stuff sign. Actually, hold on. That's what I need to fix. If I should. Yeah, let's do that. Let's fix that. I do want to allow self-assignment, so. All right, so right now I have it where it's set up where it's. All right, so you have to like explain this OpenClaw everything to me. So from what I understand about it is you can just basically have a bunch of agents that you can run from your phone or from like social network or whatever. You can basically tell it to go do something and it'll just go do it, right? And it basically has open access to everything that you have and it runs on, Cloud Code and whatever. Is that what I'm thinking? Is my thinking right? And then J2XX. Nah, it's just like 20 years old. Got a rebanding code with anime IP, so I tried it out. They're getting bored with One Piece. Okay. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think I've ever played a full on trading card game. Like I collected them like everybody else did when I was a kid. Pokemon, of course. I kind of fell off that pretty early. I did um I did the Dragon Ball Z trading card game for a little bit. And then I fell off that. And then I think the closest that I've done recently is there was this this mobile app. I don't know if it's still out there, but Urban Rivals, which is basically a mobile trading card game, whatever. I played that a lot. And I wouldn't call it trading card games, but Cartoon Network Orbits when I was a kid was fire. So that's probably the extent of my kind of trading card game knowledge right there. All right, so this is note assignable options and it's filtering out the current session, but I kind of want to be able to assign myself. So let's just call it lead options because it's already here. So confession members. All right, let's do this. let's just check this. Let's go here. On the notes. Um, note for later. Don't. Can I sign myself? No. Fix that action. It's like chess, but custom pieces. Are you saying the card game, the TCG? It's played like chess is basically is all you're saying. Create up. All right, let's go. I mean, it definitely sounds interesting, and I mean, it sounds like it could help you um a lot with like production and just coding and getting code up for sure. I don't know how I feel about letting it have access to my whole systems. That I'm very kind of like cautious about and skeptical about. But I could definitely see the benefits of it. But I don't know. These days, I don't really feel like the problem is coding. It's more of so problem solving, which you can throw as many agents as possible. If you don't have the right problem or you don't have the right approach, I don't think that will necessarily be a great thing. But I don't know. I'm still a little bit skeptical. Still a little bit skeptical. I had somebody else trying to like the other day try to get me to check it out, but I don't know if I'm ready to open my systems up like that. What's been your experience so far? Like, you comfortable with it? You just let it do whatever on your computer? Just TCGs in general? Yeah, I mean, for sure. Do you play any strategy games? Because that's kind of where I'm at in terms of that area of things, in terms of mind and games and stuff like that. It's strategy games are definitely my go-to. Uh, All right, so that's what I'm gonna do. You don't really need to assign. Edit project. Nope. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do. Tripping. I think let's try that. All right, cool. Now if I go to edit, can I make myself the originally? Yes, I can. Man, that's smart. Definitely. I was definitely considering that too because I got some old laptops that I do not use anymore, and I could definitely wipe it. I actually have already wiped them. Um, on email app ID. That's dope. Nah, I haven't heard about Cloud Mythos. What's up with that? But yeah, I could definitely. I mean, I'll consider it. I definitely have some old laptops I would wipe and see what it can do. It would definitely be helpful, especially if you're like just building or scaffolding something, which a lot of times is what I use it for, anyways. Slay the Spire, huh? I've heard about it. Haven't touched it, but I definitely heard about it. Okay, so I can do that. I may be able to delete these tests. I don't know why I cannot edit. I can't delete. It needs to be fixed. All right, so we're in a pretty good place. So I fixed that. If no link, auto launch completion. Fix that. Create project card component. Create project card. Oh, I know what that is. Let's just check this flow. Let's go. Branding overall. Make sure I can assign myself. Design. There. Do the same client. Let's see. Send that invitation. Create the project. Send the clients. He's inactive. It's one project right now. Cool. One pending project 0. See, that needs to be fixed. That status should be pending. I don't know why it's not. Default is pending. Why is it inactive? Yeah, I heard about Anthropic cracking down on just all the use. I mean, honestly, it's just I think they're just losing a lot of money, especially when you can just run all that those coding and agents without without any limit. Even that $200 subscription ain't covering that. I mean, I just have a hard time seeing how any of these models, any of their pricing models, are sustainable for the future. Like, I definitely have taken advantage of the cheap agents and use of that. Like, there's no way they've gotten any profit from the amount that I've used it, or I think most people have. So it'll be interesting to see where things go, because I definitely see a lot of these companies pulling back more and more because there's no way. I don't think they figured out how to make substantial money. I think it's just costing them so much more than they're actually making. All right, so my status is being set as inactive, but it should automatically be pending as I have it set here. I'm trying to figure out why the hell. Project status equals active, but it's not active. Double check, make sure I don't have that. Yeah, I think there's gonna be have to be some interesting solutions to this because I don't like I said I don't outside of like Google, I don't see in these companies having enough money to just continue the way they are. Seems a bit kind of ridiculous that they're offering what they're offering for as little as they are. Um, but yeah, definitely having your own would be pretty dope and killer. Honestly, local models would definitely be the way if I had everything set up. I just think honestly things are gonna start getting back to the way they were, which is gonna be way more gate kept and less so open to the public. Honestly, hardhead hackerhead, what's up, bro? I'm working on this project basically management app right now. It's basically essentially to handle for like freelancers, small businesses, a client and managing their onboarding and walking them through completion of some project, especially for freelancers from start to finish. All right, so the task clients is one project. Oh yeah, 1000%. There's no way it's getting cheaper. I think that was all fluff. It's not going to get exponentially cheaper, as I mentioned. It's we haven't figured that out, and I don't see us figuring that out like anytime soon. I mean, they're running around where I live right now trying to build up all these plants and all these, and people are pushing back and not wanting to have their energy prices increase. So I just don't see people willing to pay higher. So like that just means they're gonna have to pay higher. And like I said, if they're not Google, I don't really see them being able to afford that because they don't even have a model that's profitable. And $200 for the amount of people that are using it, yeah, they're gonna have to raise that much higher, and that's gonna just decrease their client pool. Honestly, that's why I see them trying to go back to like enterprise solutions because this whole client side thing when they're SOAR and all that shit, I didn't think that was ever gonna work. And if you're going enterprise, the amount that they're gonna be using is gonna be an insane amount. $200 ain't gonna cover that nearly enough. So I'm just taking advantage while things are cheap. All right, it says it fixed it because right now it's showing my clients as all right. It was showing as inactive. Now it's showing as pending. Let me make sure it's here pending. Okay, let's see. My user ID should have been null. So yeah, I should have. It says it fixed it. Let's double check what it did. Updated the organization client. Pending when there's no. Yeah. Okay, so the client projects, it should be client ID, should be pending. But then if there is a project and it is active, then they are active. Otherwise, they're inactive. Cool. Should have done the same here. There's no client that user ID pending. Cool. I think I should update. It should be pending.
Yeah.
Alonzo, appreciate the sub. It should be pending if they don't have a user ID, but then if they do have a user ID and they still haven't started a project. All right, so it should be updated. So it should be pending if they don't have user ID, right? But if they join the platform, they get a user ID, but they have not started any projects, then they should still just be pending. Okay, fixed home. Due to no active, so that's inactive. Okay, that looks good. All right, cool. Let's tighten this up. I mean, at least you got those credits because they are definitely about to make some changes. I think people have, I mean, honestly, let's be real. They've been being supported by free money. People have just been dumping money into there because they're expecting there to be like massive payouts in the future. But it's cost them a lot of money, a lot more money than they admitted would cost them to run everything. They thought the costs were going to go down like as super fast, but with everything else going on in the world too, like energy prices, everything going up, like there's no way their plans are sustainable. $20 a month for everything they're offering seemed crazy to me from the jump, and like I don't see how they were able to manage that. And honestly, they weren't. They were losing money. So I definitely think there's going to be some major changes coming. What backend am I using for a database? So production, I typically use Supabase. I use Drizzle to communicate with it as my ORM. So Supabase is typically the one I end up using, and Drizzle's my go-to pretty much for all my apps. So let's tighten this up. Your client should be pending if the user ID haven't or canceled. All right, so I want to tighten that up a bit more. More guards there. All right, but all right, so that's pending. It gets updated here. That's one pending client. I go to my projects, still pending. I come here, click here, it says it's pending. Cool. Now, so if I come here, let's check this flow. Can't see it, but I'm checking my postmark, which handles my emails. So they should have, the client should have gotten an email that expires in like 6 hours or something like that. And then once they get the email, the invite, let's copy it. They come back. So I can come back. And I set up with I use Better Auth from authentication. It's one that I pretty much use for all my projects now. It's free. It's highly flexible and robust, and has pretty much everything that you might ask for. And I'm using their magic link for this one. So once I get the email, the link automatically brings them here. But instead of it, basically creates automatically a user account for them, signs them in. But I gatekept it so that instead of having to constantly sign in with the magic link, it forces them to sign in with the new password. And that's just the flow that I've figured out for mine that I think works best, and then it gets brought to here to the project. So yeah, I think it works pretty well. So okay, so now I have a user ID, so now let's make sure that they're still considered pending. Yeah, Drizzle is what do they call it? ORM, Object Relational Manager, or something like that. It's just a way for your app to basically talk directly to Supabase, which is the database. Otherwise, I'd have to wire up a whole like Node.js backend to handle it as a kind of middle server in between things. This allows you to communicate directly in Supabase, and honestly, like speeds up the whole process substantially. Obviously, there's like some security things, but as long as you have your security tightened up on your Supabase and RLS and all that, you're typically fine. But it's just a or when you use like these frameworks, most people use Prisma. I think is the most popular one, but Drizzle is to me far superior. Let's see what it fixed. It says all right, has active project. So it checks if there's some projects with a status of active or a status of pending. And then also, oh, okay. So if there's no user ID or there's no status of pending, no status of canceled or completed, basically, then you show that their client is still pending. All right, that makes sense. Yeah. So you don't need to basically talk directly to the database. You talk to Drizzle, you set up your schemas, you set up everything. So then when you do push it to your server and build it, it automatically knows, and you give the obviously the keys and everything to connect to it. It basically tells your database, build this schema for me, update these columns, these fields, and everything, and here's how I expect my database to look and act and everything. So it's basically giving instruction to your database of how to function and look properly. So it kind of is like a middle ground, but it's very intuitive. Prisma is like very abstract. You don't really use SQL and all that, but you kind of do. A Drizzle, there is some abstraction, but it's very minimal compared to like other ones. That's why I use it. So you still kind of understand exactly what you're doing. So if you understand SQL, you can do Drizzle like very easily. All right, so it should have worked. Let me see. This one's pending. This one's here. Let's go to my workspace. Still pending. Client still pending. You don't have a project. Cool. Now if I go here, I come back. I got a pending project. I come here and I start. Now let's go back. Cool. I come here. Project is started. Client is active. Cool. It's been kind of random, but I try to go like every 2, 3 days. Probably gonna start doing it more now that I'm back in kind of like my home base. But I try to do it like every 2 days or so. I go on here for a good amount of while. So yeah, appreciate you checking me out, man. Thanks for hopping in the chat, and I'll be looking out for the name next time for sure. You just have agents using super base and Cloudflare CLIs. See how it's touch. I mean, that's definitely a way. Definitely a way. I'm not at that point where I'm ready to give up that kind of control. Maybe in the future, but I like seeing what the hell's going on in my schema. I like getting hands on and just defining exactly how I want the database. Because I have found, maybe it's gotten better, but I have found some issues with some schemas and databases, the way things are set up when I've used agents that I've had to go into that weren't exactly how I would personally do things, that I wasn't happy with how I did things. So maybe one day I'll go hands off, but I still like getting in there and see what the hell it's doing. All right, so this works. Projects, nodes. Let's just create one. Create that node. Come back to workspace. Cool. Nodes here. All right, this needs to be fixed. I mean, speaking about schemas, I might as well just go ahead and do what I need to do right now. So I want to create some extra fields for my clients so I can add details so they give me some information. I get more context for my clients. You figure that out. So I want to go. So client fields, let's say I would need a website. No, let's just call that links. Matter of fact, let's separate it. Let's go website. Links. Bio/details. Here. let's plan this out. Okay. I want to update my clients. Additional fields that will convey context about the client. Can you help me? All right, so I'm trying to decide some fields for a client for details. Talking about website, social links, maybe like typography, colors, branding, stuff like that, that are going to be generally universal in the future. In a future deployment, I will probably add like some custom fields that somebody can create and fill in what they need. But for now, that's what I'm going to do. So it's going to go in there. It's going to scan my conversation. Then it's going to scan my kind of code base, and it's going to come up with some plan or action plans and give me some ideas in terms of additional fields I want to add to this client. So for this one, it's going to be for my details right now. All I have is email, status, projects. What I want to add, or especially for like a business that might have multiple clients and you need to add context and you might come back and work with them again. I want them to be able to add, like, here's their website link, here's their socials, here's their typography, whatever preferences, things that you don't need to constantly re-ask for. So I'm going to add those now. Making links should be a JSON field full of, optional links and fields. And then I'm thinking bio or details field, just be a text area. And then others, not entirely set on, but we'll figure that out. Like I said, I do a lot of my planning still old school, write things down, whiteboard, keep things very in place because there's a lot of things that you have to juggle when you're building things like this. This is one thing I do like about working with agent, especially for planning, is you might not have all the details figured out, but it will ask for context to kind of clarify what you want, which I do kind of like that part of this. Does a client represent an individual person, a company, business, or both? both. What kind of links do you want to store? Let's go arbitrary links, key value. So I just need a label and a URL to keep it flexible. Do that. Do you want to capture client location? That might be good. Okay, location is what I'm going to do. Which of these universal fields interest you? Phone number. Okay, company name, sure. Okay, reuse industry, I like that. All right, yeah. Anti-gravity or AI Studio? No, I haven't. Never heard of them. The only thing I've heard of in terms of UI, um, is obviously the normals, which is like Figma. And I've tried Figma. Don't necessarily love going on there. I understand the benefits that you can prototype things pretty quickly, but I have a pretty good like mind just for design. That's typically how I approach things, anyways. So I've been able to pretty much code and design at the same time, but I might start kind of breaking this up, especially when I'm like working with people that don't necessarily know what they want. Instead of going in and building, I can like hopefully design some things, prototype some things to get sales more in the future. To like basically convince them to go ahead and go through with what we're planning on doing. So I definitely want to get better at it. But as of right now, so far, I've basically been designing and developing at the same time. I like being able to just do it on the fly, but I definitely do want to look into some other areas. So anti gravity, no, I haven't heard of it. I might have to check them out. Streaming on other channels or platforms, which one do you have the most traction on? I've honestly just started streaming, like I would say a week ago. I'll be streaming on this channel. I have a whole nother like brand and business that I do called Live Life Fairs, which I've streamed for like a long time. But for this one, since I've only really been streaming a couple weeks, the most traction has definitely been YouTube, and I've actually gotten a decent amount on Kick. Twitch is kind of hit and miss, but YouTube's always been pretty good, and I've gotten a decent amount on Kick. I just streamed all three because there's not really an added cost when you're using OBS, and I use Stream Suite, the plugin for OBS plugin. Gemini Miles and those harnesses are dog water for coding, but 8.5 out of 10 for design. I'll check them out. I do find that like a lot of AI, when you kind of tell it to design things, it does get a bit samey and can get kind of get boring. But they do a really good job of scaffolding and just like getting things, the layout of things generally right. So that's typically what I do. I'd be like tell it scaffold things and build out what I want, but then I'll just go back to actually designing what I need, still hands on. Hey man, yeah, go ahead, sub. I appreciate it. I'll give you a sub back for sure. Just trying to branch out there and see what's out there and like build my own network as well. So I'm always down to network and collab. And I wouldn't consider myself a vibe coder. I do use agents, but I built all this from the ground up first. But I don't know. I understand what you mean. All right, so came back with the plan. Extend the client's table 10 universal profile fields, add a migration, create validation schemas, and build an edit form on the client. Detail page. Add columns to client's table and schema. Community bio links, industry, country, state, city, source. I like that. Add schemas. Which I should already have. I think I have. Where is my? No, I'm in the wrong one. I already set up my URL. I think I already set up security on this. Let me check. Yeah, nah, I need to tighten that up substantially. Ooh, I mean, if they can do animations, I'll definitely look into them because that's one part I don't enjoy doing about CSS is handling different animations. Especially, I typically handle it for the last part of like touch ups and little flares to make it look a little bit more pro and professional. But if it can do animations, effectively, I'll definitely check them out. Especially if they can use what do I use? GS. There's a few plugins I've used before. I look it up again though. That I use, but if it can understand like those external animation programs, plugins, whatever, I would definitely consider using them. Depends on phase one. Update. All right. Okay, so implement. Doing those later. All right. So added these fields: phone, company, bio, links, industry, country, state, city, time zone, source. Now, it's been a while since I touched this, but I'm pretty sure I set up my client's table myself and it wasn't a better off implementation. It is. So, all right, that's fine. I don't need to add anything with that. So let's keep that. Generate it. Let's migrate you. Now, phase 2 is foundation and server. So you can just do both. Be right back. All right. Let's see. So just should have just done my validations. So here's my client link schema. Update client schema. Home company. Bio links. Should be an array. Matter of fact, let me make sure. I normally like having these be a JSON, but I'll leave it as that. We'll see. Max 10 links, industry, country, state. Now I had already set up an industry file. Okay. Set up something else. Oh, this is what this. Here's my locations. All right, let's see. No, this needs to be the same. So let's. 12. I mean, that sounds dope. AI Studio is the least friction. You just paste the screenshot of what your current UI is and tell it to redesign it. And that's pretty dope. If depending on the cost, obviously, I'm sure it costs something. How much they charge you for that? Because honestly, that'd be something I wouldn't necessarily use for myself. I would use it for clients that I work with, and that'd be something that I have to like pass on to them. Because, but for myself, I think I'm pretty solid just designing. I would definitely mess around with it, but for my own projects, I don't know if I would pay necessarily, depending on the price of it. If it's a good price, I would use it. If it's not, then I'd probably just stick to what I'm doing. I'll leave my bio. Is Stitch with Google kind of like the same thing? You just kind of send it what you're talking about UI wise, and it kind of tries to do the same thing. All right, I'll leave it like that, and then I'll go in the server action. Okay. Oh wait, should remember. Yeah, I didn't get it, so I need to rebuild this. Flatten filter. See. All right, I need to fix this. All right, because I'm handling this with Zod, so here. Huh. I'll definitely check it out. I mean, $20 ain't that bad for sure. I uh I mean when I first started I definitely had to I had tried the chat GPT 20. I got rid of that. I'm not using any. The only one I'm paying for right now is VS Codes, just so I can use Agent within VS Code and GitHub and whatnot. Well, I guess GitHub Pro is what it is. But I'd be open to it. I'll definitely check it out. Like I said, I would definitely use it for like client work, even though Shatsy is pretty good for me because most clients don't complain and it's the easiest thing to just go ahead and like get up and running. But I'm definitely open to other solutions. All right, so what it normally does, which I always have to go in and tell it to fix, it does just the regular form data and form submissions, which is fine. But when you start getting, user facing, I like to use Zod and I like to use React Hook Forms to handle validations. I just think it's just a cleaner area, so I'm just going to tell it to redo this. Shoot, yeah, post a link. I'll check it out. Might not check it out like right this second, but I'll definitely check it out and let you get my thoughts on it if that's what you're open to. Shoot, I'll show y'all first thing I've made. Not that great, but it gets better. I'll show you what. Let's see what I made. Some of y'all are new here. I'll just show y'all. So this is the first thing I made. It's been a while now. Did everything coding line by line. No AI assistance. Just built it on Next.js, just a kind of a proof of concept, a kind of like meme generator, so to say. This actually taps into AI to generate the actual captions. Basically takes this, and there's obviously some descriptions behind the scenes that gets passed to OpenAI and prompts it basically to come up with 3 generated captions. Let's go here. Then you selected already memes. Let's just pick one. This basically just taught me how to do like canvases and handle image generation and stitching things together, getting this watermark. This actually was extreme, kind of hard to build in terms of getting this to flow as smoothly as it does. Basically limiting where you place it on the image, adding text styles to it. Let's add a stroke and then generate the meme and actually can download. So this was actually the first one I built in terms of just purely coding from front to back. Start with the meme app too. Yeah, man, like it actually taught me a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but it's the first thing that popped into mind. Like, let me just mess around and see what I can do, and it's kind of what got me rolling. So there's this one. Like I said, since a lot of y'all know, I'll just kind of walk you through this. So there's this whole other full-on kind of social network that I built over a month, I would say, that has pretty in-depth production. Again, this was on React Router 7. This wasn't on Next.js. Full creation, full following, messaging, everything, notification systems. This is the other one I built. And then there's like a bunch of others I built and some other websites I built for people, but it's kind of been my journey. All right, so let's check what I did. So it should have imported React Hook. Okay, use form. Here's Zod Resolver. That's what I want. Okay, client, cool. Just much cleaner. See that for type client label URL. Okay, cool. I normally handle this in API, but we'll leave it here for now. This should be z.treeify. All right, here's the actual Dot resolver, update on change. I don't like that actually. Just tweet on submission. Default values. New field array. Name links. Country, state, intent. Then you reset it. I forgot. I know it's z.treeify error instead of what it is. Let's fix that deprecation. No, it's somewhere. Here it is. All right, man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining in, and catch you next time. I'll definitely give you a sub and check out the website later. And I'll let you know what I think. Next time we hop on. All right, cool. See you later. If I air should work. Keep that, and let's go to phase 3. No, I did 2. I already did 3. All right, so I know now that I'm um handling an array of links and around link insertion and inputs, I'm gonna have to really tighten that up and make sure security wise everything's kind of set up properly. I know there's a lot of holes there, so I'm gonna have to go back and do it. I've actually done it already on another app, so I will probably just copy and paste what I've done over there and bring it into this one. But that is one thing that you do need to be careful of is when you allow input is things like links and other things that can have kind of weird characters. People do try to sneak shit in, so like you have to be very tight in terms of security. So I'm gonna go back there and do that. Oh, it's not cards. Where is it? the update client. Cool. So object entries for each field. Give me those errors. Fetch. Cool. So I do it. It doesn't know what it's talking about. All right, so it should be in a good spot. Let's just check this out. Let's reload this. So come here, come to my dashboard, come to my clients. Hey, I want to update him. Boom, that needs to be fixed. That looks terrible. Okay, it's not due. Up. Back to clients, button as client. As giant. So what is going on? Size, that's why. Maybe not. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's come here. There we go. All right. You sandbox an agent that scrapes black hat forms once a week. That's kind of fire. I wouldn't even think about that, but that is one good thing about like AI. It can be very helpful in that area. It has definitely helped me plug some security holes of mine. You might need to slide that to the community, man. Like, because it's like a never ending like battle basically, and like you can't ever catch everything, but you try to catch as much as you can. And if you got something that can like stay on top of what people are finding, like vulnerabilities, man, you could probably make some money on that. That's kind of fire. All right, so this is what I want. Let's grab this. It's under G. One click. I'm tripping right now. I know I've been coding way too long. Yeah, I definitely don't trust agents. Especially with recent news and developments and all the security holes and problems that they've opened up for people and giant corporations. And if those giant corporations are getting hit like they are, like I ain't trusting that. So definitely been doing kind of the old school way, which can be very tedious. But yeah, if you have a place that can scrape forums to see what people are talking about in terms of like exploits, damn, might need to hop on that because it is the most annoying part about this, but it's also the most crucial part, especially if we're gonna have something that is client facing production that you're planning on like getting payments for and anything like that. So any way to make that an easier, I am all for. It looks better. Now let's do this. Settings. Clients, dialog, trigger. There it is. That's better. So here's no clients. Edit client. Cool. My industry drop down. All right, definitely working way better. All right, so let's test this out. So let's just say 555. Yeah. I don't use Lorem Ipsum. I use Wu Tang Ipsum. Let's go. That's what I need. Actually, don't know if I've already set it up or not. Let's just check. I do. All right, so let's wire that up. Five 60. Tripping. Weird, my scroll doesn't work on this. I need to figure that out as well. That's delicious. All right, let's say whatever. Wait, enter. Selectors are all right. Clean that up. All right, figure this out. Just, all right, let's see. History, location, time zone, referral source. Let's rename that. Let's go to bio. Let's change that to details. Links are here. Add more links on. Links. All right. I think this is a bit messy, so I want to be. All right, I want status here. I only want to show these three. and a view more button. All right, let's do that. Um, um, Review, and then let's put you projects need to be higher. Let's put you after. Let's just put you front. And let's tell it to hide this behind a view more. The company phone. Let's put an info button actually. Let's do that. Company phone industry. Place the blocks into a dialog. Add info. Next to client is clicked. Button. All right, it's a little bit messy, so I'm gonna only show these four, and then I'm gonna take the rest and I'm gonna hide it in a client details pop-up, kind of similar to this, but this needs to be updated too. So Let's see what I did. I ripped all this out, placed it into this dialog, and it should add a button. Where is it? Oh, where's the badge? That should fix it. Let's check. Clients. Go here. Wait. Should be. Come here. Details. Oh, way better. All right, here's the links. My detail source. Everything. Now let's check sizing. All right, I need to clean that up, but go here. Still there. So I definitely need to go back in there later and clean up my mobile sizing and appearance, but works. Now let's take that info button. Better. All right, way better. So I can mark that off. Let's keep that. And then we need to update here. So here. Projects. State/region. So it should be saying Why isn't this pulling in a? I just need to figure out why it's not picking up on this because there is no media state that info, so it should be. Makes sense. All right, so let's go back. All right, properly. Now, what's up, Sebastian? Appreciate you joining the chat. How did I get started learning? Well, it's kind of been like a lifelong thing. I did basic coding, a little bit of hacking when I was like a kid. I was always interested in computers, so I was like always kind of like dabbling. When I went to college, I was actually my first degree was actually computer programming, so I was like the path I was going to go down full time. But I also hooped in college. I was a basketball player, so those labs and everything else in like the classes that wasn't going to work with my schedule. Basically, I wanted to have a life and a full college experience, so I was like, nah, I'm cool on that. I wanted to be able to have fun, go out, do my thing, hoop. So I didn't do that as a degree. I switched to business, but I still always kind of like messed around. I was pretty much self-taught always. I was building things on Ruby on Rails, JavaScript, PHP. I started my own like little website, media company called Live Life Fearless for actually a business course. Personal branding was what it was for. So then I learned how to, develop with CMSs and do a lot of things on that side. And then, I did like a 14-year career. And then the last, say like year, almost 2 years, I would say, I've gone full time. Like, this is what I want to do. When I retire, when I'm done playing, this is what I want to do. I just want to be able to build things for myself. So that's kind of what I did and how I first started learning, like to get back into it. Because before I was teaching myself through YouTube and people that I knew that were into it in forums. And Stack Overflow obviously was a huge thing. But then when I just recently hopped back into it, I did Free Code Camp. So I did a lot of their things, taught me a lot about JavaScript and just kind of like the core concepts of coding and like how to think about coding. And then YouTube to like do the tutorials like everybody else does, build some small things, but I only did that for about a few weeks, maybe a month, and then I kind of like you what they call tutorial hell. You can definitely get stuck on that, and that wasn't what's going to keep me going. So I just kind of just went out there and started building my own apps and started building everything myself and using AI as like a tutor and as like a secondary developer, not letting it do everything, but when you get stuck and you need some help, it is a great tool to kind of use to kind of like lean on. And then just pretty much hands on keyboard, if not every day, but almost every day, and just building things over and over again and like challenging yourself. Yeah, and just think about the hardest app that you want to make, that you generally want to make, and then just start making it. And if you get stuck, there's always people that you can like reach out to, Stack Overflow, AI, whatever. Like, easier than ever to like just kind of get into it and just go for it. So that's pretty much how I got into it. And over the last almost 2 years, I've been doing this pretty much full time. And then, just put myself out there, start building some websites, start building some apps for people, helping them fix things, do things, whatever. Like, and then just building your experience that way. And that's kind of pretty much how I got into it. You learning to you wanting to learn. I see it says you took a role investing in tech. Are you like programming, developing? Is that something that you want to get into yourself? But all right, let's details. So I want to let's say to do what details do I want to add to this though? Go company location. Phone number. Check out Free Code Camp. I would suggest it. It's completely free, as obviously in the name. They do typically, I mean, they are built on best practices, like industry best practices, and they do have a lot of very like helpful labs and workshops, I guess is what they call them, that kind of teach you hands on about how to do things. There is like a lot of like reading and understanding that might need to go into this, but they have their own little forum that can help people. But in general, I think for a free resource, it's extremely useful just to get the core basics of what you need to know to even get started, especially in JavaScript, if that's the area that you're going to be typing into. There's also a Python course. But yeah, that's definitely the start. You need to get the basics because you might not be able to code everything that you want to or understand how to build everything that you might want to, but you do want to be able to understand how to get there, or like generally how to get there, or understand like what you're seeing in the code. That just makes things so much easier. So getting that core basis is essential, and you won't get better at coding until you start doing it. So like you just need to get the basics and understanding and then just kind of go from there. So I would definitely start there, and then like I said, man, you can do a couple tutorials, but don't get stuck on them. Just go for it. Think of whatever app that you kind of like want to build and start building it. Like you need to hit some walls. You need to hit some roadblocks that make you like really think and consider and like figure out these problems, and that'll like exponentially grow you as a developer and like understanding how things work. Like I've said multiple times, I don't think coding is necessarily that special a skill anymore, especially with agents and everything else that can do most of the coding to a pretty good degree. What it doesn't do, and what a lot of people don't understand, it's like just being able to understand how to build systems and how everything connects. Because as much as you learn for free code camp, it doesn't teach you how to work with APIs or third-party packages or understanding documentation or how to make things, because everything you're going to be working with for building, you're pretty much going to be working with like 10 other services that no amount of like schooling you're teaching is going to really teach you until you just kind of do it. So until you learn how to roll your own VPS, how to run your own server, you won't know until you kind of do it. So that's kind of what I did, and that's what I suggest for people that always ask me how to get into it. The goal with LLF now is I mean, we built a basically social kind of platform that we're still building out, but we're gonna be using to bring in all these different creatives and people that we already work with. Basically, we've been doing a lot of interviews and live streams and events and collaborations with artists and musicians and creatives in general. So our next step is definitely build out our platform, bring them on there, and build out that kind of side thing. But then we're also still doing like the whole kind of like media coverage thing. We still do interviews, we still do like collaborations, we still do a lot of work with like musicians and artists and whatnot. But the next step right now, full focus has been about building out our kind of social platform, which is called Collective, which is actually active now. It's in beta, but we're just still building out, still testing, which I do live coding for and probably will do tomorrow, the next day. But VC role investing, I mean, that's cool because there's definitely a lot of investment going in AI for sure. How long you been doing that? Reading Claude code outputs in turn normal taught me more than every coding course and bootcamp I've attended, but I'm more of a learner in production. I mean, for sure. I just did it because I know how I learn. Like, you gotta learn how you learn. Like, I need to at least see it and read it, and then I write it down. So it kind of like hammers it home. But then, much like you, like I don't really know something until I start doing it. Like I would not have guessed how to do half the shit I've been doing now, based on anything I've learned just from other people. So yeah, hands-on is absolutely must. And 1000%, no amount of schooling could prepare you for a new version of JS dropping that nukes everything. For sure. Handling updates, handling things that break, handling server problems, like yeah, until you start doing it and you start hitting those like walls and roadblocks and like try to figure out a way around it, you kind of fucked. So hands-on, keyboard as much, just build as much. I always say to people, just build as much shitty apps and projects as you can, and then one day they're not so shitty. Just kind of like, I don't really know any way to do it. $9 months, that's cool. I'm sure you've seen some crazy stuff over these past 9 months with the amount of investments and AI things popping up left and right. How you enjoy doing that? What am I doing? Add client details could be from the education industry. I think that's good. Trial by failure, absolutely. I mean, I'm an athlete, so like that's pretty much how we get better. I don't know any other way how to do it. It's just, as we say in basketball, man, you just gotta get time on court. You just won't get better without the time, basically. And like you're gonna be ass and you're gonna suck, but day by day, like step by step, eventually you'll be like, damn, I'm actually kind of nice. All right, that's cool. Company, money. Okay, let's go here. Um, company phone. Bird. Let's go here because he's not there. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's a reason why it's been, I don't know, that's been the same for like the last, what, 100 years. Practice makes perfect because you just won't know till you do it. Especially coding. Like, I thought after I did the boot camps, I had a pretty good grasp on like JavaScript and React and little things like that. But bro, the moment I started like building something full on app, dealing with databases and packages and like these third party services, bro, you get hit in the face. You be like, man, what the fuck? Like, what did I just learn? Like, did I learn anything? Like, you did. You understand what you're seeing, but you don't understand how to make it work until you like get in there and get dirty and shit. Appreciate the sub. All right, that was good. Think I'm gonna try to tighten up these validations for my euros. So I need to add some security to my inputs, especially dealing with like links, because I don't want people to just link anything because that can make real problems. Bad practice make problems. Absolutely. Bad practices absolutely do. But that's also why I say start with like free code camp or something like that, because they generally teach you good practices in terms of like how to code, especially how to code with other people and just what is generally the industry standard for how to build things. I think it is. I think that's what does a good job of doing is not necessarily teaching you how to build something, but it does teach you the standards of like what are expected, especially when you start working with other people, which I've kind of just started doing. That opens a whole another layer of issues and problems that you need to figure out and solve. And free code camp honestly like prepared me for a lot of it, just in general, like what to expect. So like I think it does a good job of like teaching just general best practices in terms of like how to approach things. And it's free, so I mean, and it's just people just putting their time in that want to help other people. So I always shout them out because they definitely helped me along my way. Let me grab all these. All right, so I'm not gonna show everything I'm doing with this because for obvious reasons, because it could lead to some exploits. But in general, I had already set up a few of my other apps a full-on like security suite to handle uh validating, cleaning, like and making sure that things are safe in terms of like URLs and images, which I'm probably gonna be adding here soon. So I would definitely suggest if you are working with inputs, especially dealing with like URLs, because there's some people out here like wanting to learn how to develop, do not skip security. Trust me. Tell me I know. Ask me how I know. Experience. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, I know about Wasp, and there's a couple other ones. There's I forget exactly the name it is that I'm doing for my social platform where you obviously take a lot of like images and media and stuff like that, and we're in the process of setting up. Well, I'm in the process of setting up a like intermediary server that they all get kind of passed to, and then get kind of malware scanned and all that other stuff, and before it gets uploaded to where I upload all that stuff. So I am familiar with Wasp, and I forget the other one that I have it written out somewhere, but that's kind of in the process on my other app that I'm working on right now, is a way to like keep malware and other things out. But I try not to do like that heavy implementation until I have like a full production app and I have a decent like user base, and then I really start like putting that heavy stuff in, because obviously there's time and there's money involved, and if it's not a viable app, I don't really feel like putting that amount of work in. You worked in the music industry for 15 years. That's dope. What'd you do in that music industry? And learn the fundamental rules to know when and where I commit them. Absolutely. Like, especially in coding, there's so many ways you can do anything. You can't break kind of those common safety, common rules that are generally considered standard, but you do want to know why you can break them before you break them. Meter attack, huh? I'll check that one out. I'm always looking for new like security ways to clean things up and make things safe. I think my lab is pretty kind of, it's got some good guards up in place, but there's always things I want to add, like particular malware scanners. So I'm not gonna put in like heavy security in this one yet. I just need to make sure it's viable and that this is something that people would actually use and want. Um, and then I go back in and put that heavy handed stuff in. Huh. Music producer, audio engineer, social media campaigns, content creation, consulting, and burnout. Look, the music industry is kind of a bitch right now. Like I said, my other platform, Living Life Fearless. You want to check that out? Go ahead. But we cover a lot of music industry, and we have like a lot of connections with like labels and artists, especially indie. That's kind of our focus. So very well aware how like crazy the industry can be, especially nowadays with streaming, and like the music low key is kind of become like the last thing for a lot of artists. They're getting pushed to do all social media content creation, like instead of just music creation. I can definitely see some burnout coming from that. All right, let me check this. No opener. Clean that up. Yeah, budgets are basically non-existent. Well, the money's not, but the budgets definitely are. I appreciate that, Kaiser, man. Uh, Catch you next time, man. Have a good night. Um, Tried out heavy about 3 years ago. Yeah, that's about right. That's about what we've been seeing. Like they think they can get the most with nothing. Honestly, they just want these artists. I've seen them. They literally be telling these artists like, go out there and just create some TikToks, create some social media, get viral. Tell them to get viral before they get a budget, which is kind of crazy. Like that's like the whole point of a label is to help that artist get kind of seen. Yeah, yeah. Play high school long enough, absolutely. Like it's kind of a mess over there. It's like it's good that streaming opened the door for a lot of artists, but it's also kind of bad that it streaming opened the door for a lot of artists. Like it just watered down everything. Make sure the security's right. Blacklist. I'm just checking my security file right now. Obviously, not gonna show that for reasons, but basically just took what I already had, my old file, copy and pasted it, and then it went through my whole setup and made sure like all the links are safe and secure. Added it to my validation file, so all my link schema kind of gets passed through that, which seems to be correct. Yeah. All right. So let's check this. Make sure it's wired up correctly. Energy. Link. Let's go to Twitch, for example. Functions, update link. Make sure this link still works. Okay. Go here, make sure this task works. Cool. All right, that adds some basic security to my inputs and my links. Links particular. It is a pretty long file. I'm not gonna show that, but it basically what you do is you want to block a bunch of like private IPs, domains, so let people kind of like insert malicious code when they're handling links, and then I already have like a pretty much general security file that I pretty much use in every app that I build. So I just kind of copied that over and implemented it. Last thing I'm probably gonna do for tonight's stream is images for avatars. That's the one thing that I wanted to do. My other app I used Upload Thing to handle images and file uploads. I kind of been researching and seeing for other ways because eventually this app is going to be able to upload obviously like documents and other files since it's a project management thing. I'm just gonna so I kind of wanted to all live in the same place, and I don't know if Upload Thing is the route I want to go. I kind of researched this a little bit, and they said Superbase might be a good option. I think they have their own kind of S3 AWS S3 kind of connection where you can kind of store things there, and you get the added benefit of some security. So I might try to look into wiring that up. So I'm gonna go through this again and tell it to plan this one out. So but if you're just handling image uploading, honestly, I would say Upload Thing is a pretty good solution that I've used, especially when just prototyping things. It has a pretty generous free tier, super easy to wire up and connect, and it basically is abstracted over AWS S3, so you don't have to deal with that, which I have before, and it's kind of a nightmare and kind of a whole nother thing that you need to learn pretty good. But Upload Thing kind of handles a lot of that for you, and I've had no issues with it so far. So if I was going to like just prototype this, and if I wasn't planning on like eventually allowing in more complex file uploads, and since this is kind of like a project management, businesses might have some very sensitive files. So I want it to be super secure. So I'm gonna try to do this a more secure way. But for general uploading and just things, I would typically just throw my Upload Thing API key in here and wire it up that way. But this will teach me how to do this another way. So Some context it's asking for. Should avatar, logo, images be public URLs or private objects? The third be assigned URL. We're gonna do private again. Try to keep this as secure as possible so I can then wire on top of this file uploading and not have to rebuild everything. Server issue signed, upload, client uploads directly to base at the server object. Hmm. Let me do quick research. So basically right now I'm researching is what upload pattern do I want to use. Option one is server issue signed upload URL. Basically I upload directly to Supabase. I do a server side auth check and make sure everything is allowed, and then I upload to base. And another way is server proxy upload, meaning I upload to my server first and then server writes to Supabase. But again, since I am using this potentially in the future with some pretty sensitive information from people, I don't want to store any of this on my server, so I'm probably gonna just go ahead and go with the first one. Okay, and this is important. This is more security concerns. Do you want automatic image transformation rules? Yes. So I want to compress, which I always do. I'm going to compress, and I like to convert to WebP for images. In the future, I'll probably convert strictly to AVIF because I think it gives you the smallest file sizes with very minimal kind of compression issues. But to be most universal, I'm probably going to convert to WebP for optimization. And then I'm gonna strip all the metadata. One, absolutely, for sure. Carol, what about what should we implement first after planning? All right. So I was gonna plan this out. What it should be doing is gonna probably wire up some. I think I have my schema already set up. Let me check. Image. Logo. All right, so it shouldn't have to touch my schema. It's just gonna wire up basic processes of how I should handle compression. Cloudflare RT. Yeah, I have to. That's definitely gonna be a side task for me here in the short future is getting familiar with Cloudflare and how to use it with my apps. Definitely seems to be the way to go in terms of just security and speed and everything. So that's probably where I'll be eventually transferring everything over to. All right, so here's the plan. Just gonna create a server file to handle my Supabase. I'm gonna add some security for uploading, which should be fine. All right. Break this plan down. Oh, you play Golden Sun the other day? That's fire, bro. How far did you get? I'm trying to remember the first one. I feel like you wake up in your house, town's like under a meteor attack or some shit like that. Maybe a eclipse. I forget what it was. Install until I found Cloudflare RT. Yeah, bro. I'm definitely have to do some research into that, and I'm gonna figure out how I can plug it in to my other ones. Like I said, I've used image upload for upload thing for my images on other apps that don't necessarily need as much security. It's just a way to get them up there cheaply, fastly, and call them down pretty safe URLs. In this one, I definitely need to secure things. I'm trying to Supabase out. I'm suggest what they suggesting, but I'm definitely gonna have to figure this one out. I'll definitely look into Cloudflare R2. That's definitely the next thing I want to learn. Is it? Is basically is Cloudflare R2 the alternative to S3, or is it basically S3 compatible? Oh, you got to the point where the big rocks fall. Oh yeah, yeah. It is a lot like Final Fantasy. That's why I liked it a lot when I was a kid. I was a huge Final Fantasy kid. Obviously Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 8 was fire. But bro, as you keep playing it, you'll see it definitely gets its own like twist that and flavor that makes it its own thing. It's pretty fire. S3 compatible. Yeah, that would make sense. I feel like there's a lot of like these things popping up that are not necessarily like full on alternatives, but they make working with S3 so much easier. And even if it's like a little bit more expensive, I would rather go that route because working with S3s, AWS S3 is not intuitive at all. I've done it a few times and I don't enjoy it. I mean, that's pretty much mostly what I would need it for. Just images and some files that shouldn't be anything over like 10 megabytes. Superbase admin. Let me get my Superbase in. All right, based on this plan, I'm gonna have to install this Superbase package. Now I'm gonna create some env variables for Superbase. before that, let me go ahead and start up a new project. Shoot. Okay. Ten gigabytes of storage. 399 up to 10 gigabytes of storage. Yeah, I mean that's kind of fire. I want to see you upload things because I think upload things is pretty substantial. Let me check. No, actually, I was wrong. That even beats upload things. Upload things is only free up to 2 gigs. So 399 up to 10 gigs would be crazy. Yeah, I definitely have to check that one out. Caro, you moving all your files off your computer? What you mean? You don't keep a backup? You should always keep a running backup. That saves you so many issues. Stuff like that. You can just take the hard drive, move it where you need to. All right, I think I got it. I knew I was gonna have to do this eventually. Let's go to. All right, so I installed a package, but I have a. This is one thing that you definitely don't learn until you start doing it. Is I have a high security vulnerability. All right, so let's go ahead. All right, so I basically had to eventually start paying for Subase, so I just did that, and because I can't have another project without doing that, so now I need to start up this project. Let's go. Hey JT, man, appreciate it. Appreciate you hopping in the chat, man. Catch you next time. All right, says it fixed it. Let's check. Vulnerabilities. All right, let's go. All right, we're all set. Let's start up a Supabase database. It should be implementing phase one. I'm probably gonna have to add my variables, or I mean credentials, to this file, and then it should be coming up here pretty soon. All right, so here's one. I don't want to show those. All right, I'm about to wire up this EMVs. I'm seeing I can show those for obvious reasons. I'm gonna go grab this super base secret keys. Go to settings. I'm just trying to find out where my actual URLs where it's going on. Keep moving things around. Here it is. Okay, let's find where is it? All right, we can come back now. Let's figure out what exactly it fixed. So I created a server file. I'll connect to my super base. Okay, so you're signing the URL. So basically, you're signing the URL that is going to Subase that allows you to actually directly place it into it. Then to read it, you also sign it a sign URL for security. Delete object. Okay, delete object. Solve the stored image. Cool. Actually, I'm about to hop off of here. I'll probably have this wired up, but next time I come on here, but I'll walk through everything that I did. But gotta go take care of some things. But I appreciate y'all for tuning into the stream. Everybody that chatted, gave a sub, followed, whatever. I'll definitely hit y'all back on the follow. I'll be back shortly. Gonna finish this off hopefully within the week, and then get back to the other social network that I've been building and kind of finish that off, and yeah, make a progress. So appreciate y'all for joining, man. I appreciate y'all. Peace out. Peace out, Carol. Let me know next time how far you getting, Golden Sun.